Jessica. Okay, ready? Come on.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Welcome to the Scio Township Board of Trustees meeting, May 26, 2026, 6 p.m. Calling this, well, that's 6:01. Calling this meeting to order at 6:01. Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll.
Carey,
Present.
Yeaple,
Present.
Flintoff, present. Brandt,
Here.
Noel,
Here.
Reed,
Here.
Riser,
Here.
Also present. Operation managers Christy Aiken, Township Attorney Mariah Fink.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Is there any suggested changes?
I have a couple. For the removal of K5 for park rules, that'll come back June 9th. And for item K14, the second proposal, point-to-point proposal, that should be pulled until I can bring that back to the board. There's been some new information, so we'll go ahead with the other portion of that agenda item, which is the unified communications.
So the first part will stay. It's
Correct.
The second part.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other suggested changes?
Are we going to have someone here on N1? Either online or remotely?
Sure.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, is there
I would just ask, just to John's point, do we anticipate discussion on N1? This one? Since there are no changes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Regarding N1, it appears to be exactly as it was presented 2 weeks ago.
You suggesting it goes on consent?
I would like to move N1 to consent.
All in favor? Well, aye for that one. All right. Consent. Okay. Any other suggested changes to the agenda? Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
So support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is adopted as amended 7-0. Right, this is the time for board members to declare any real or perceived conflicts of interest related to any item on the agenda. Are there any? No? All right, moving on. Correspondence is received. This was updated today. Yep, so everything should be in there. Any questions or comments about correspondence? No? All right. Public comments. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. Please come to the table.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Carrie Kafafian, founder and executive director of Many Hands. And we're a group here, but we're not each going to talk because we don't want to use up all your time. We just wanted to say hello, reintroduce ourselves, and to let you know how important this community being built is to many, many people who live in Scio Township and the surrounding area. And to remind those who might not know, Many Hands life sharing community will be for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The 94 acres on Baker Road will encompass public pathways. We'll have we already started an organic farm out there. There's going to be a craft house and other activities. And we're designing this so that it's a real asset for all of the community, for many people that have come in, do things, connect with. It also will have some available day programs for people who don't even live on site, but maybe need some, they're looking for something to do because once school ends, that's it, you've fallen off a cliff. And then, of course, the housing is the heart of it. And we'll be providing not just housing for some of the people who need the highest level of care 24 hours a day, but we're also going to be providing staff housing, workforce housing that is actually affordable in our area. So that gives you just kind of a quick idea. We were hoping to be on the agenda tonight, didn't work out. We're working behind the scenes as quick as possible to get approval, but hopefully within the next month you'll see us again. But a group of parents had already blocked this out on their calendar and were available tonight, so I wanted to be sure to take this opportunity. And thank you again, Scio Township. I'm so happy to be calling this our home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks to all of you for coming.
Before the next public comment, please, I'm sorry about my phone. I apologize for that. It's the one I never use and it rang. So everybody, please turn your phones down or talk.
It's just my luck that my phone will start. So I'm sorry.
And that's okay for you.
Hopefully it's on mute. So good evening. My name is Alethea Battle, and I am before you because I am running for probate judge here in Washtenaw County. And I wanted to take an opportunity to come and just introduce myself and to tell you a little bit about myself, because this is a countywide seat. And so it's important that we touch and meet with as many individuals as we can within Washtenaw County. So I was just going to share a little bit about myself and my background, and have opportunity if anybody has any questions to ask those. I appreciate that there's 5 minutes, and one of the things that I do as an attorney is talk a lot, so I have to learn how to condense my speech and my talk into just a few minutes. So I am an attorney. I work at the University of Michigan. I've worked at the University of Michigan for the last 30 plus years. I started out there as a cashier in the cafeteria and worked my way up through being a cashier, a unit clerk, a clinician. I'm also a social worker by background, and I still carry my social work license. I teach at the School of Social Work as an adjunct lecturer, and I supervise one social worker. But as my role now, I work in the Office of the General Counsel as Associate General Counsel, and I'm running for probate judge because the basic work that I've done primarily for the University of Michigan is probate work on behalf of Michigan Medicine. And for those who are not 100% familiar with what probate work is, probate court handles guardianships, conservatorships, some mental health cases, and basically have oversight in some of the cases involving our most vulnerable residents here in Washtenaw County. And so as a social worker, I understand what that means. I understand how those families are impacted because of the work I've done both in the community and in the hospital. And so I get it. And the person who is our current probate judge, for those who might not know her, is Judge Julia Outside. And she is going to be retiring at the end of her term. And so I am going to be running for her seat. fortunately, she has been gracious enough to endorse me for her seat and has been very supportive of me in this race. And so I am hoping to have your support, hoping to answer any questions that you might have about me. My background is, again, it's in social work, but it's primarily in probate as it relates to the legal work that I've done on behalf of the University of Michigan. I just in terms of like the work that I've done, we created a pathway between the hospital and the court, because before this role was created that I'm in, there was not a lot of communication between the courts and the hospital. And so we've actually created a pathway where that is actually happening. You're able to work with the court to help the most vulnerable in the hospital to be transitioned back into the community safely and have someone who's basically making sure that they're managed well. And so what we've done has actually really had an impact in the community. We've been able to reduce recidivism, like people don't come back to the hospital as much because there's someone helping to make sure that they take their meds, they get to the doctor okay. And so that has actually been really helpful for the university and for the community. And that work we've been able to replicate in other areas like Trinity Health and now at Sparrow, which is primarily in the Lansing area, but they have a lot of different hospitals. But some of the work that we've been doing, we're actually sharing with them because it's important work and it's impactful. And so we've been able to do some of that. I have been kind of identified in this area, not because I did it, but because other people have recognized me sort of as an expert, including like the Department of Justice. So when people have questions about this work, they're doing it in Michigan. Like maybe we should find out what they're doing. And so I've been kind of thought of as an expert in this work. I've presented on this model and on what we've been doing in Michigan, both at the local level, the state level, the national level, and internationally. We presented at a conference in Ireland a few years ago. And so we've been known to do this work. It's what we do, it's what I know, and that's the reason that I'm running. And so I just wanted to come here and introduce myself to you and give an opportunity, if you have any questions, to answer those questions. Thank you. Now I'm out of breath.
Good to meet you. Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
That's a tough act to follow. Where do you start with the clock? It's still hot in here. So HVAC system isn't quite fixed up yet. Okay. Who is the Township Chief Administrative Officer? According to the State Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, MCL 141.422B, the Chief Administrative Officer is designated by statute as the Township Manager. If the board has formally appointed one to that role, otherwise it's the Township Supervisor. Since you never made Christie interim manager in 2024-25, that made Jillian CAO. The February 14th job description for operations manager says nothing about or related to Christie being CAO. Oops. Dirty trick number 28. Attempting to fire the person who just started a union to protect Scio employees from retaliation. And doing it right before negotiations begin with you is interfering with those negotiations. Dirty trick number 29. There's no write-up, no warning, no list of expectations to avoid being fired. Nothing but a perp walk out of the building like a criminal. Employee Handbook, Section 52, Paragraph 2, quote, all disciplinary action taken by the township shall first be approved and authorized by the Township Chief Administrative Officer and shall be reduced into writing, including verbal warnings, and filed in the employee's review after a copy has been provided to the employee. The employee shall sign a copy. However, the employee's signature shall signify receipt only and shall not imply agreement or disagreement with the disciplinary action. So, none of the write-ups that Aurora has filed in multiple employees' HR files count because Jillian never signed them. Dirty trick number 30. Firing a unionized employee takes a lot of steps. You did none of those in a few minutes it took you to a perp walker out of the building. Dirty trick number 31. Scaring the crap out of employees in the building when the sheriff deputies arrived with no information. No one knew what was going on. Was it an active shooter? Was it a bomb threat? Even the deputies didn't know why they were there so they could reassure staff. As others have said, there are people in the building traumatized by that kind of intensity and uncertainty, and now exposed to it again. And the supervisor, the only Scio officer in the building at the time, didn't know. Why didn't you tell her, Jessica? Everyone needs to fill out one of Kathleen's anti-violence policy forms to report this event. Dirty trick number 32, leaving the building after Jessica called the sheriff without telling anyone that she was leaving or that she had called the sheriff. Jessica, this represents absolute cowardice. Finance is your department. What did you think? Christy and Aurora can take a punch so you'll just leave? What kind of leadership does that represent? So your sense of leadership and responsibility is to call the sheriff and leave the building and not ensure the staff that you lead are safe from someone you perceive as violent. It confirms your absolute incompetence as manager of the departments you lead. And this from the person who said she wanted Scio to be a compassionate place to work. So let's add cowardice to hypocrisy and contempt for residents, employees, and colleagues. Your cowardice turned Aurora into a thug escorting militia from the building because you didn't have the courage to do your job. Dirty trick number 33. By firing a union-protected employee, you will expose Scio to millions of dollars in damages for the lawsuit that will be filed. In fact, if all the people with cause to sue Scio do, we will lose millions. 11 people have quit because of the toxic environment created by someone on this board with the cooperation of others, whether intentional or not. Changing the law from shall pay to may pay added to the hostile work environment because employees saw how Jillian was treated and knew they would be treated the same way. How is this behavior fiscally responsible? Now that you've fired the finance department person, the rest of the employees now know that no one is safe. Finance was always protected and never written up, even allowed to work from home when others aren't. Even when they drive in for an hour because Jessica said so, when the county and city are shut down for severe weather. That isn't enough dedication to keep from getting fired. Dirty trick number 34. Why the perp walk for someone being put on administrative leave? Why was the sheriff called for someone who was just being put on administrative leave and not fired immediately? Please explain this logic. Dirty trick number 35. Why was she fired just before Nathaniel started as township manager? Was it because he knows the rules of dealing with unions and wouldn't stand for this kind of manipulation? 8 dirty tricks in one day. That's a new record and a new low. Why isn't there a dismissal policy in the employee handbook? So Jessica, last time you called Scio News corrosive and destructive. What do you think of your actions on Thursday? The words corrosive and destructive come to mind. I'll finish my public comments with closing comments.
Thank you.
Also, you have a handout that I set on the table there for you about the 7 steps and 7 tests.
All right, thank you. Anyone else present would like to speak, come up to the table. Oh, it's in her hand.
Wait.
Good evening, Mark Altamare, Scio resident and current candidate for Scio trustee in the August 4th election. First, I would like to commend trustees Reiser and Reed for taking the initiative and spearheading the workplace culture assessment. It took a long time, too long, and you had to make multiple concessions, too many. I would use the word compromises, but I'm not sure what you got in return for the concessions you made. On the face of it, it looks like what you got in return was removed from the process. In any case, you finally got something the board would approve, and unanimously at that, so bravo, well done. We are really close now, and I'm going to say something that may surprise you. Please do not vote for this version of your proposal. It's really not yours anymore. It's unclear to me how much involvement you two have had in the process since it was delegated to the township attorney. From the package in front of us, it looks like not much. Honestly, I still can't understand why the board thought the township attorney would be better at this than the two of you outstanding gentlemen. Maybe that was the point. In any event, this version has been watered down, specifically the third part of the three-part approach, to wit the one-on-one interviews. The proposal itself notes, quote, "The one-on-one interviews are the most critical piece because they provide a safe, confidential space for people to be honest," unquote. And yet these interviews are limited to 10 individuals in total, which does not include all board members. That right there should be a non-starter. It goes on to exclude all but one current staff member, current as of this minute. It includes only one recently departed employee. An observation, this assessment cannot be taken seriously as it is now written. Recommendation, all 7 board members must be interviewed. Up to 10 current staff members who volunteer should be selected at random. All documented exit interviews over the last 12 months must be provided for review if they exist, as has been stated by at least one trustee. Don't even ask me about why Will Hathaway is mentioned. I have a lot of questions, but enough on this for now. Do not pass this proposal. It will be at best a waste of time and taxpayer dollars. It could likely be far worse. Second, I don't know what will later happen in closed session, but I understand the person who is the titular leader of the union was recently suspended. The sheriff was called in to assist, and very few people had any idea of what was going on. I won't comment on why this was done or even the manner in which it was done. My comment is on the timing. The timing was mind-numbingly bad, unless the HR department is planning to present a stack of documentation dating back weeks prior to the beginning of the union discussion. Documentation which clearly defines the need for improvement, performance improvement plan, including milestones and next steps, and clearly stated consequences in the event of continued poor performance. I understand that Michigan is an at-will employment state, and under other circumstances, this may hold up, but given her pending status with the union, given the documentation of a hostile work environment, given there was no warning, again, inconceivably bad optics. I'm sure our township attorney is aware that at-will doctrine in Michigan is not absolute. It can be voided under certain circumstances, such as quote-unquote illegal discrimination and quote-unquote retaliation. Who thought now would be a good time to do this? Finally, I would like to formally ask Clerk Flintoff to discuss her opposition to Mike Blackburn's appointment as temporary utility director. I think we need to understand why. Why are we preparing to spend $5,000 per month for a contract employee to do what Mike can do arguably better for a fraction of the cost? Meanwhile, we're going to do an outside search to find a candidate that will be hard pressed to match Mike's experience. What will we have to pay this person? What will we have to pay to find this person? How long will we have to pay $5,000 a month to look? This is not an effective way to spend our taxpayer dollars. I'd like to hear an explanation. Actually, I have a better idea. Take the difference in what you are willing to pay a contractor over Mike Blackburn and apply it to the workplace assessment interviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present would like to speak? Come to the table.
Evening, Renee Kubek, Scio resident. I want to come to this table. I wanted to stay home this evening. I wanted a phone call with my family, but I wanted to come and have you see me every single time I can come into this room. 5 of you here acknowledge me very nicely when I say good evening. 2 don't. You can figure it all out. Excuse me, I'm not counting correctly. I'm counting 7 board members. I'll rephrase that. I pay your salary. I'm one of the people, and I'm frustrated with this group. I'd like to say we had a discussion here about political signs, different kinds of signs here in the board meeting. And we have signs that are out inappropriately by people that are employed as a contract employee and running for a trustee position that are 10 inches from the end of asphalt. Can we get anything done correctly here? Go drive down Zeeb Road and you'll see the sign. I plan on talking to the enforcement officer. I'm frustrated. We can't fix little things. How are we going to fix anything big? Second thing is May 15th. I'm looking at my Facebook, which I don't do all along, but something pops up about the groundbreaking at the fire department. I would really like to know as a resident, who's in charge of the Facebook posts? And also, who's the author that replied to me? And I want to say, and I also spoke to the chief, this is not a reflection on him. There's somebody that works in this building that's doing the Facebook, okay? I think it's horrible that we, as residents who worked for that fire department to be passed, who came and listened to presentations, nothing even can go out by this group. Nobody can get an email out, nobody can get anything out, and you all can have your groundbreaking and not one resident who voted and tried to do it could get it done. Please tell me when you reply, who is the author? Is it AI or is it a live person? That really kind of, these sound small, but this builds up. My final thing I just want to say is, I'm back to number 7. I'm looking for 4. I'm looking for 4 people that can work together and move ahead. Because every meeting I come back in here to, every week when I read the agenda, the communications, I'm so frustrated because we continue to go down the slope. Can we please try to get the right employees in place? I came from Miller Road when all this went on the other day. I was scared to death that people in this building, that something was happening, okay? I thought, what's going on? Why is there a cop car? Why is this? And it's just, it continues. I am sorry to say this. I like all of you, some I am better communicating with than others. And I will do anything as a resident that's asked. I go out, I went back and looked at every single one of the political things you gave out when we voted and what you said you were gonna do. Maybe you all ought to go back and look at it. And maybe when somebody says to me 3 months after our supervisor is hired and is in a legal situation, and I will swear under oath that there's a person on this board that looked at me and said, if Jillian would just go on a leave of absence and be quiet, we'd be fine. Look where we are now. So who are you gonna blame next? I'm frustrated, I'm asking, please, all these people that spoke, they gave you all the details. I don't need to repeat them. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous as what's gone on with having a walkout from this building. Maybe you all need to walk out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else present would like to speak? Okay. Christy, anyone online? Excuse me,
Okay.
online?
So first to speak is Mary Gillis. Go ahead, Mary.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. The State House this last week approved 8 bills that reform property taxes in such a way as to eliminate funding for schools and local units of government. Fiscal projections estimate a $4.9 billion reduction in total tax revenue for the state, local governments, and schools. According to the Michigan Townships Association update, the proposal passed Wednesday does not provide a reliable, stable funding source for Michigan's local governments or schools. The bills have been transferred to the Senate where their future is uncertain. However, property tax reform could be tied to the final budget agreement. It is my hope and belief that the board is keeping an eye on this situation and weighing in with our lobbying firm and representatives in the state Senate in opposition to this half-baked plan. I had another comment to make, and it is not here in my notes. I would like to add that I appreciate the fact that this board steadfastly refuses to discuss personnel matters in public. No matter how many times you get attacked for it, you still refuse to do it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Hey, is there anyone else that would like to speak at public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. And there are no hands raising.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Board member response. Oh, what is the order this today? Trustee Reed.
No comment.
Trustee Riser.
To Mr. Altamari, that passed already last time, so I don't see the assessment formerly known as the investigation on tonight's agenda, or am I missing? Do you have the agendas over there, Mark? But, point of information that's we've deliberated it, made sufficient modifications, and it passed, I believe it was 7-0. That's it.
All right, oh, I guess I'm next. Christy, last Friday, who worked in the building?
Last Friday, it was myself, Aurora, Chris Chang, and Mike Blackburn. And the other utility techs. So the utility techs were here.
And I was here all day.
And you.
And we did a lot of work together.
Mhm.
Yeah. Did you feel unsafe at all? No, stop.
No.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah, we actually had a good time. And we didn't have any staff and we got a lot done. And I worked till 8:30 trying to catch up on priority waste, which I did as much as I could, and I know that you were doing a lot of work and getting ready. So, and it's fun when we work together. I want people to know that, I'm tired of the accusations and how violent I am when it's not true. So I wanted to clear that up because there's some correspondence. But anyway, yeah, as far as there was well, anyways, I guess that's it for now. There's a second board comment at the end. Treasurer Yeagle.
Thank you. I would say to Renee, thanks for bringing the groundbreaking up. I know we'll do a better job getting the message out when we have the fire station opening. I'm sure we'll put the message out far and wide. And I do not know who responded to the Facebook.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Do you know who?
There's several people that have access, but I don't know. But
I would have to do some research on it.
But Clerk Flintoff can speak to that. So thanks.
All right. Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, so the Facebook, I believe we're working on a policy to come to the board to kind of formalize it, but it's distributed, certainly fire. You typically post things related to fire, parks related to parks, others related to things. We'd have to look into it, but I'm sure Christy can look into it, Renee, and get back to you. To my knowledge, we certainly don't use AI. So if anybody sounded like AI, that's a different issue.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the property tax bills, maybe in reports, we could hear an update about if we might ask GCSI to do anything on that. I'm sure all of the townships are speaking out about those right now because they'd be so devastating. Thank you.
Oh. Trustee Brandt.
No, nothing, thanks.
Trustee Knoll.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And did we receive a report from GCSI? Was it last week or 2 weeks ago or? Okay. All right. Yeah, because I'm curious. The MTA in their weekly newsletter talked about the property tax reform. I'd like to know more about that.
I'll volunteer to reach out to John.
Please, John. Okay, on to approval of the minutes. Possible action, approval of the minutes of the May 19, 2026 Special Board of Trustees meeting. That was last week. One correction. Oh, sure.
Just a misspelling of the name, Tracy, in public comment, which I will correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I'll support. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Minutes are adopted as amended for May 19th, 2026, 7-0. Thank you. Consent agenda. So it was proposed to pull for K5, Parks, Preserves and Pathway Rules, and then also K14, the second portion, which is number 2560855. I scribbled all
Correct.
over it. So
Yes.
okay.
Point to point.
And yeah, so is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
I'm sorry.
So moved.
Board.
You get that? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda is adopted as amended, 7-0. Thank you. On to regular reports. There is. I have nothing for this meeting. Treasurer Yapel.
Sure. A couple of things. I did hear back from Raymond Robson today. They're continuing to work on our tax return for the geothermal credit. Should have some more information. They were asking a couple of technical questions of the engineer and the project team this week, but they are making good progress. Working on property tax bills starting next week. Those will be out the first week of July, due September 14th. And also working and meeting with Commissioner Hodge here on June 5th to continue talking about what we can do to get the funding for the senior center and for the transit. So lots of things going on and more updates to come here in the next meeting or two. Thanks.
Is that the last commissioner for you?
No, we have a few more, but Commissioner Robbie's probably gonna be hard to pin down. He's running for mayor of Ann Arbor. So it's probably not gonna be one I'm gonna try, but it's gonna be hard probably unless I catch him, a door knocking event or something. But try to get with the other couple.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Clerk Flintoff. Sure.
Election Commission meeting next Tuesday at 10 a.m. Will be mostly administrative. Voters should be getting postcards in the mail in the next week with information about the August 4th election to every voter household. Audit prep continues. I expect to have a full kind of substantive update on it at our next meeting in June. I want to thank Elka and Jess, our temporary records clerks who are working away, starting with our board meeting minutes, as well as our property files. And I'll be giving a more substantive update on that project in the second meeting in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, just remembered, Nathaniel Clark will be beginning on June 1st as our operations director. Oh, you've already talked about the election commission. LASA, we have a special meeting next Monday. We had to cancel our last board meeting, lack of quorum. So we've decided to meet Monday, June 1st at 3 o'clock if anybody's interested. Parks, Paths, Preserves Committee, that would be Trustee Reed.
Yeah, we did meet this week, or excuse me, last week. And we went over the item that Murphy had reported to the board, a long list of items she had reported, as well as she did update us that she's receiving more bids for those signs that I think they were coming in at close to $200,000, but she's getting more bids and they're significantly lower. So that'll be good. And the natural area technicians, the Nats, are working on the fence. They should have it removed by the end of this month. They've already removed the flags. I saw them out there working today. I'm not sure if they were removing the traps or sealing the traps for the season, but I think they're scheduled to take the fence down within the next week or so, by the end of the month. And I think I'm up next to the LPC. We're still awaiting a decision on the RCPP appeal, the millions of dollars that were taken away. And we also began a review of the outstanding properties, high priority, low priority, medium priority, going through the properties and reorganizing them. We didn't get through them. We'll be doing it again next month in preparation for probably for our special meeting. I think that's in August now, or to So we're putting that together. So I think that's it.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Nothing new.
Can I ask a question about planning? Maybe not of you, Trustee Brandt, or maybe of Mariah, or maybe Laura, if she's still listening, but when there are major amendments to PUDs, is there a requirement to negotiate some additional public benefit for CarMax and Woodview Commons? If we don't,
That I'm aware of.
okay.
Say not a require.
Is it usually done, or is it in poor taste to do that, or are there best practices? And I don't know, just something I'm curious about, that's all. I don't need to know the answer now, it's rhetorical right now, but at some point it'd be nice to know if it's required, if it should happen, if you know, does it warrant a fresh look at community benefit if it's a major PUD amendment that's going to be going through the planning commission then before us, that's all.
Treasurer Yeaple has.
I was gonna say, Trustee Riser, I've not seen it be a thing at this board through the many board meetings I watched before I was on the board. That doesn't mean we couldn't look at it depending on the circumstance, but I think it would. A major versus minor PUD amendment depends on specific criteria. It doesn't necessarily mean that the project's changing in physical size or land in scope, but it's something to consider, I suppose.
No, but like to David's point, CarMax, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe you could do like a pocket park over there. There's a lot of land and they've got certainly a lot of parking, but maybe something like that might be something we could discuss.
Okay. No, okay. Gelman, anything? Oh, speaking of Gelman, the next June meeting in June, Dan Bicknell will be have a presentation regarding the Superfund EPA. He'll do a deep dive. Roger Rail had mentioned something about that there. You heard that? Yes, and I can't remember which. I think it's the 23rd. Did anybody look at the
23rd? It's the second meeting.
Yeah, okay, it's the second meeting, just to give you a heads up. Township lobbying efforts. Anything?
I don't have anything to report. John, David, you?
No, not since the last time we spoke about it, maybe last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, I forget, but I will reach out to John Horford about, pending bills that will impact municipalities that have kind of gotten some traction. And with it, certainly the property tax.
Okay, thank you. Roads Advisory Committee, we meet next Wednesday. And we plan on coming back in front of the board regarding a funding request. And I don't have the date of that in front of me, but I'll know for sure next week. Multimodal Transit Committee.
We meet again on the June 18th.
June 18th. And Operations Manager.
No report.
Oh, and Christie, you may want to include Operations Director in here.
Yeah, I'll switch it up.
Yeah.
For the next time.
I did have a question. Christy, has there been contact with Nathaniel, or do we know for sure he's starting?
I do not have contact with him. The HR manager does. And as far as I know, I have not heard otherwise. He'll be here.
Shaking her head, yes. So
You've had contact, Aurora, with him? Okay.
Treasurer, am I in the right order here?
Oh, let me just jump back in. Sorry. Just so the board knows, I've got a long list of getting him fully set up. So he should be ready to go Monday morning with everything that he needs. So we've been working on that. So.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Treasurer Yeaple.
Yes, so the investment report ending April 30th is attached to the packet. The one thing that you'll note that's new that I've added on that's different than the past is at the very bottom of page 1. I have the Michigan class account, which is holding the fire funds. Those are for the fire station. I am pleased to announce we've had over $50,000 in interest earnings so far for that account. It's all the way at the bottom of page 1. Oh, like cut off.
Oh, yeah, because could you please make the print bigger?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I tried
No,
to make it
I'll,
bigger, that's why I didn't have. Sorry.
Yeah, says right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's ready to move for acceptance.
I just want to thank you and also your deputy Joel. I see he helped to prepare this one. So thank you to Joel and Ryan. I would make a motion to accept the investment report of April 30th as presented.
Or
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Investment report is adopted, approved. 7-0. Project manager report. Chris Chang, please come to the table.
All right, good evening, Board of Trustees. It's been a good while since I probably reported back to you, so I attached a list of all of my projects that we can go over. I think maybe one of the first ones I heard from a member of the audience, yes, it is warm in here. Yes, we're still working on the controls on the HVAC. We meet bi-weekly. We do have a technical training that's coming up this Friday. So I do know as more people come in here and the weather has gotten a little warmer. Yes, it did get a little warmer, but we'll be able to adjust it, I think, over time to get a little cooler in here for your life. So by all means, as I go through my list, feel free to chime in, and ask any questions you may have.
What time Friday?
9 o'clock, or it's 9 to 11, I believe.
Okay. I just didn't see it on my calendar, at least. I didn't know, or I haven't seen an email.
Invited.
Well, that makes sense.
So if you'd like to attend, I'm sure we can include you.
That would be great.
And if there's anyone else who would like to attend, just let me know. We can include you on the train.
It's 1 to 3.
I'm sorry. There you go. 1 to 3.
I think it'd be good
training
to
on
the
the
whole
HVAC
management team.
Oh,
And are we recording that?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yep. So I think that's the kind of the first bullet point. We are nearing completion. We do have our bi-weekly progress meetings with the contractor and troubleshooting. I think you also mentioned it, Trustee Abel, that we've got our documentation that we're submitting for any types of rebates and grants for the payback on the project. Again, you guys are kind of one step in front. We are having the owner's training session with township staff. It's this Friday. It's at 1 o'clock, I believe, 1 to 3 o'clock, and we will videotape. And then also I've been asked to present our project to the County Resiliency Office on June 4th. So I will make a presentation there for the 2030 district. So any questions you have on HVAC, feel free. Road, that's the next big thing. Yes.
I do have a question about HVAC.
Supervisor.
And I don't know, but it just seems with the geothermal HVAC system, does that make it more humid in the building?
I could ask that question. I don't know if it makes it more
David,
humid.
would you know?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, so it's just,
The water is liquid, it's completely contained.
okay, it just seems more humid in the building than.
And I'll pass that along. You're not the only one who brought that up, especially on your side of the building. So I've had them go in and actually they went up there. I think they had some dampers or something they're trying to close to get it. Do you feel any cooler in your section of the office?
Not today, but I had the heat on, which I didn't realize was on because last Friday was cold.
Yeah.
So I did change it over. So, and I
And it may take, they said 45 minutes to 60 minutes to actually make that temperature change. They said there's a little bit of leeway on that.
Well, it just, and besides all of that, it just seems more humid in the building and I don't know why.
We've had complaints about that.
Yeah, it's odd.
And I have passed those along.
No, even.
No, when it was first installed even.
Yeah.
I'll, as I said, we're meeting on Thursdays. I'm going to bring it up again.
Okay, maybe it's the leaking roof.
Well,
It could be. Yeah, go ahead.
when you have a gas fired heating system, That dries the air out.
Yeah.
This is a refrigerated food. Or heated, refrigerated cool system. And actually, water heated air and water cooled air. So there's no fire involved, so it doesn't dry the air out.
That makes sense.
That's my observation from when we switched from gas to geothermal.
That makes more sense. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Chris, thank you.
Questions before we move on to the Zebra Path 5 construction? So as was previously approved, our bids were awarded. We have removed the trees. I believe our deadline was April 1st. That's along that phase of 5 to get it over the Huron River. We're looking at June start with a hopeful finish over the river, by Thanksgiving. We're looking at that date. We are still, as you probably know, working on trying to get that pathway through dry air. We'll continue to work through that and also work with railroad crossing to get that, whether we have to have gates or some type of maze for pedestrian crossing. So there's a little bit there to be determined, but we are planning on getting the bridge over the river and we'll go from there. So I think that's a big step. Any questions on D5 that you may have? Okay, I see a lot of no's. As was kind of previously mentioned, I think during the updates for the TPP, LPC, and the RAC, I do attend those. I mostly run the Zoom, but I also participate with the TPP, giving updates at that meeting. Also with the LPC, I give update reports, financial reports, and look at the invoices for the tree more ecology. And again, for RAC, it's mostly just on an as-needed basis at this time. Again, I've been staffing those 3 committees.
There will be more for you.
Oh, there will be. Okay, it seems to me. Something that also just come up, Jackson Road maintenance. So since the DDA has been dissolved, I've been checking on the invoices and making sure that whether that's mowing, landscaping, etc., during the summer months, and then during the winter months when there's de-icing or plowing, I've been ensuring that work has been done. I've been assisting with the Parks Department. That was previously approved was the bathroom hours of operations. So we know it's gone to duck, and we will get the new door lock installed and have that open 24/7. I've also been assisting with zoning inquiries and site compliance inspections. That's front counter health, permit, general zoning question. I do have another site inspection coming up. That's just for compliance. For example, if they're missing landscaping on the site plan, I'll go up, meet with them, make sure that if it's dead or missing, that that's going to comply with the site plan or they're out of site plan compliance. I did leave on here the Jackson Road Complete Street Safety. I don't remember if I updated you last time on it. So that's on there. And I wanted it, what I probably should have put on there was the Wagner Road, Dexter Ann Arbor study. So those are kind of 2 studies that have gone on. Jackson Road 1 is complete. The Wagner Dexter Ann Arbor Road, I'm going to be presenting that one with OHM scheduled for the June 9th meeting. Yes.
Chris, I can't remember if it was you or Christy who sent that draft report to the board, the draft study to the board.
I forwarded it.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mhm.
What did you want input or feedback
Yes.
It says it in the, yeah,
Okay.
it
Yes.
says provide comments by, I think
or
it
just
was
comments, but not about the scope, just kind of the,
comments about the report itself.
okay,
OHM was looking for that before they did the final. Sorry, Chris.
That's
Great.
definitely right.
It's on the
thank
desk.
you.
Right. They're just looking for some
Yeah.
comments. That's really putting the finishing touches on this report.
Great, thanks.
Park Road connection, that remains to be seen. We have that on site to determine the least impact on landmark trees and for the future path location. I am coordinating with OHM on the future of the Park Z roundabout and the paving of Park Road, but that's still at least probably until 2028 is my understanding. So we've got time while this is being investigated. As you can see, we're also doing the food waste pilot program. You see the dumpsters out there. We actually are having a challenge underway. I think somebody brought up at the last meeting, they wanted to see the bins in each of the kitchens. They should be installed. So please use them to participate in the food waste program. I can tell you they won't be picked up. They typically pick them up on Friday, but because of Memorial Day, they said they're going to pick them up on Saturday. So just a little delay there. Monitoring of grants, that's just ongoing since I've started. Those are the MEDC grants for both Steve Road and Park Road. And then along with, I've taken on the fire truck grant. So those are just quarterly reports, just giving them the status update that I coordinate with departments. Public properties for sale. As you may see, the for sale sign is down there on Stabler and Jackson Road. It is listed at $400,000 if you haven't seen it yet. I did talk to the realtor today. He said 4 inquiries. 2 of them were just driving, passerbys that saw the sign. Probably not a lot of interest there, but he's also had 2 neighboring properties that have shown a little bit of interest in it, or at least he stuck it with them. So, and it's only been up for 1 week, I believe. I think the sign was up approximately a week ago. So I will give you updates on the Stabler Road property. And finally, I just put in there the Scio Twp pathway. We'll start the civil engineering on that runs from Upland Drive down to Oak Valley. So that's just the engineering.
And there was.
We have the Connecting Communities grant for Washtenaw County. So that's the fund. We do have a matching grant. So it was a total of, I want to say $50,000, and we matched 25. So that will be the next project that's upcoming.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
In that regard, that work is going to come through, and it's going to say it's going to take so much money to do this project. And I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to start looking at what grants there are that fund. Like MDOT has the transportation alternatives, like a TAP grants. MDOT also has safe routes to school. And since there's Pioneer and Dickin, there's Ann Arbor Public School System might have a grant for safe routes to school as well. There's the Ralph Wilson Foundation, and they do parks and trails. And obviously it's a non-motorized pathway, but down the street, Oak Valley, is this crazy cool pocket park, Gray Wall Park, if folks have seen it at Oak Valley. So that might be a connection with Ralph Wilson to the foundation to connect a lot of residents with that park there. And then obviously there's Connecting Communities. So I guess would it be appropriate once we get the engineering to start looking at what grants are interested in either getting to school safely or getting across roads safely and getting to parks. So would it be appropriate for Chris to kind of do that?
Yeah,
Board?
definitely.
Sure. Okay.
And I can look into that. I think you made a great point that once we get the engineering done, that we've shown.
We can't give them a pitch because we don't have it in.
Exactly. That we're taking it seriously.
But once the plans are done, please look out for what might be out there. And if not for 26, for 27, these things take a while. I appreciate it.
I would say, and don't quote me on the number, but just having initial discussions with OHM, and I'm not sure if they're on or not. I know that they're looking at, even if it was done, I think in 2026, we're looking at $500,000.
No, I figured that'd be that.
And looking at 5% increase every year that we don't get it. So it's going to escalate. So it's not going to be an inexpensive project, and we'll have to look at grants that can hopefully, cover nearly $500,000. So that's where we're at with that one. And that's my report, but I'm open to any questions. Is there anything that you would like to inquire?
Anyone? No. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Well, and N1 was moved to consent, which I forgot to say as we adopted the consent agenda, but we all had agreed earlier. So on to O1, consideration of a personnel matter. For consideration of this matter, the Board of Trustees may vote to enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.2681A. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that pursuant to MCL 15.2681A, that the board move into closed session to consider the dismissal, suspension, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against, or to consider a periodic personnel evaluation of a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent because the named individual has requested a closed hearing.
Support.
Let's, we need a 2/3 vote for this?
Just
Majority, okay. Let's, roll call vote, please.
Okay, tonight we're starting with Reed.
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Carrie.
Yes.
Yeaple.
Yes.
Flintoff. Yes. Grant.
Yes.
Noel.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. The board is now in closed session at 7:01 PM. The public is welcome to stay here. The board will exit and return to re-enter open session.
Can I,
Okay, well, is there a motion to,
I move we come out of closed session?
Support?
okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, I just want to note, return to open session minus Kathy Noel. And what is the time, Joan?
Like
7:45.
Is it wrong?
All right, 7:45. I would like to make a motion to, excuse me. I would like to make a motion to postpone 01 consideration of a personnel matter until our next regular board meeting, the first meeting of June.
I'll support. Let's do a roll call vote. Well, that's okay. Roll call.
Reed,
Aye.
Riser,
Is he here?
Yes, I'm just.
Carrie?
We don't have a full 7.
correct, but we have a majority, which is why we're in
Okay,
session. Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. On to 02. Possible action, local 4891 appeal grievance 2026-01 to step 3.
I would like to make a motion if I could.
Sure, where's,
I would like to make a motion that pursuant to MCL 15.2681C, that the board move into closed session for negotiation session connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement with the firefighters union because the union has requested a closed hearing.
Support.
okay, go ahead. Call vote, please.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0. We are now in closed session. The public's welcome to stay here. The board will return.
That's it.
Recording in progress.
Well, welcome back. Is there a motion to come out of closed session at
8:24.
8:24?
I move that we come out of closed session and resume open session.
Okay,
Support. All right, Reed.
okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. We're back in open session 7-0.
I would like to make a motion to affirm the decision of the Human Resources Manager at step 2 regarding grievance 2026-01.
Support.
Roll call, please.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, 03, next steps, utility director search. Trustee, no.
Yes, let me get my materials out here. Okay, so I wanted to bring this back for discussion after Aurora completed the one job interview for Michael Blackburn. And at that point, she was contemplating just reposting the job description. And several of us said, could we have a discussion about it at the board level first? And so that was why I put this on the agenda. It is, I'm going to go over some history, and then I'm prepared to make two motions, which were passed out to you earlier. First, just some background history before we go to the motions. Michael Blackburn has served as our Scio Utilities field supervisor for the last 8 months. The agenda item and motion to approve Michael as the interim utilities director was pulled from the board agenda for the board meeting that was scheduled on April 28th, 2026. Since Brandon's departure, Michael has served as a field supervisor consistently. The utility director position was posted on March 30th with one professional organization. That posting went until April 21st. 3 additional professional organizations were added on April 16th: APWA, AWWA, MWEE. Eventually, there were 9 applicants for the position. 3 were considered qualified. 3 interviews were set up, and 2 of the applicants withdrew at the last minute. So only 1 interview was conducted with Michael Blackburn. So, as I said, I'm prepared to introduce these 2 motions. You have them in front of you. The first motion is to approve Michael Blackburn to serve as the interim utility director effective May 27th, 2026, with compensation of $94,648 per year and consistent with the draft employment agreement prepared by Attorney Fink. All of you have the draft employment agreement. It is essentially the same employment agreement that was in our packet 4 weeks ago, but it has a few additions to it. Michael brings over 30 years of utilities experience from his work at Dearborn Heights. He can perform the director job description duties and all essential functions in Scio. He has the required S1 license that enables him to report to Eagle and provide oversight and reporting of the Scio municipal water system. The S1 licensed operator, you have to have an S1 license to report the required sampling results to Eagle. You have to be an S1 certifier. Our finance director, Nikki, has recommended placement at step 1, the director grade 9 step 1, with a salary $94,648 per year. If you compare the recommended salary to Michael's current field supervisor salary, The difference between them is $14,750 divided by 12, $1,229 would be the approximate cost for us to employ Michael in the interim utility director position.
How much was that?
That was $1,229. This is
Is that
approximate
per month or for the 4 months?
per month. Additional cost per month. And as you know, the next agenda item reveals that the outside independent contractor proposal will cost a minimum of $5,000 per month. And this person will not know Scio Township, will not have any familiarity with our system. Mike knows the township. He is very familiar with our utility system. Also, we have an operations director starting in a week. I'm proposing this be an interim director position for either 4 months or 4 to 6 months. It's flexible. 4 months is fine if you guys only want 4 months. But Nathaniel will come on board. He'll be in a position to evaluate, offer his opinions, and provide some oversight historically, the way a manager has done it in the past. So I'm saying Michael is qualified. He's interested in the position. We are lucky to have him. And I want to move the motion number 1.
I would support that. But, I mean, I have questions, I'll wait my turn, I think alphabetically or by the David's first.
Okay, and we can continue the discussion. We're going to have to, I have motion number 2 also ready to go, but we can just focus on 1 right now.
All right, Trustee Reed.
Initially, I think the last couple of times this has come before the board, I've not been supportive. And that was because it was my understanding that we had a number of candidates and that interviews would happen post haste and that we might have had a utility director hired within a month. And so I didn't think it was necessary. The events that have occurred, it looks like it's going to be probably several months. I think the posting will be up for 4 months, I think. Well, anyway, it's going to be a while before we have a candidates to interview. So I am now I'm in favor of going forward with this motion as it stands. Thank you.
Trustee Reiser.
I'm going to support this. I'm going to support the next one. But what happens if we find a utility director permanent, even though that's a 4-letter word, within a month or 2? Does that mean so
that's all outlined in the
find that
agreement, the employment agreement that was passed out.
No, I haven't. I'm looking at it.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, so it says under number 2, the increase in salary does not constitute a permanent wage increase, does not guarantee future compensation at this rate.
Do we want to say that it ceases upon the hiring of the show? Like, what if we find somebody in a month or 2 months? I don't think that's going to happen based on our track record.
But it says applies only during the period you are performing as the interim utilities director.
And do it upon conclusion, but the interim assignment is a 4-month. I guess my point is it could be less than 4 months if we strike gold and hire somebody. So, go ahead. Yeah.
6 in the agreement, Scio Township will post the utilities director position. Right now it says for at least 4 months. And it does say during which time a regular director may be hired. So if you found someone in a month.
Okay.
You
Okay.
You could hire them.
Okay.
And this interim contract would.
I don't want to be on the hook for an increase in salary temporarily if we bring on a permanent.
And-
That's all.
Yeah, we were in
understand I
agreement
can't
with
say the
that.
word permanent, the regular.
That's fine.
Okay.
That was discussed and Michael understood
As
that.
long as our attorney says that and the attorney represents that and the applicant or Mr. Blackburn understands that, then I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Supervisor Carey. Me, I'm in support of this. And, she, excuse me. Okay. Yeah, and this agreement seems to be pretty well laid out and I can't think of anything else. And, you know, I've heard different things. Well, he's new. He's only been here a few months, but if we go out and hire somebody that has no background, then they're going to be new with no experience. He has the experience. I know for a fact that Brandon was training him when he realized that he wanted to leave Scio Township. So he put the time in to help train him as much as he could in the last 2 months. He does have 30 years experience, not just in utilities, but also administration, city administration. So I have full faith that he can do this. And I did sit in a meeting. It was an OHM meeting. Mike was there, Trustee Noel. So it was Matt, Sally, and was it Stacy?
I think so.
Yeah, and I was very impressed with what he had. He was very prepared. In fact, at one point, Sally, they're going through the CIP, and Sally says, "Well, I'm going to need this from you, Mike." He went through his papers, found it, and slid it across the table. He's a quiet person. He says what he needs to say, but he knows what he's doing, and he's willing to help our township while we go through this process. So that's all I have to say at this point. Let's see, Treasurer Gable.
Thank you. My main concern with this is using the word interim. I'm supportive of trying something, and some sort of pay increase for the S1 license, but I find the interim word to be a roadblock for me.
What would you suggest?
His existing title,
Say that again.
field supervisor, keeping the existing title, and
But he will provide the oversight for our municipal water system. And then we will pay $5,000 a month for the oversight for the municipal.
we could adopt this, just strike interim utilities director and change it to field supervisor. And we could still offer him.
Why
Yeah, I
don't
think
you want to
both
give
gonna
him the
be-
credit that he's due for what he's doing? I mean, he would be fulfilling all of the utilities director job description functions, all of the essential functions. Not the field supervisor functions. It would be utilities director functions.
Are we going to share the comment period or?
Well,
And I mean, I just don't think we're going to agree on this, and that's okay.
Clerk Flintoff is next.
Sure. Thank you. I'd be curious. I've got some questions for our HR manager on the next item. My understanding is, if memory serves, at a recent board meeting, we directed the HR manager to post the utility director position. I'm curious about why we would have to authorize her to repost. She typically does repost when there's more, and I would just say my goal, as it was the first time we talked about this, is to continue a broad and aggressive search for a regular utilities director. So part of my concern with this proposal is that that would might slow that process. When I hear about 4 months and 6 months, it increases those concerns. I appreciate, John, that you pointed out what is buried in paragraph 6, which is that when the board may hire a regular director, whoever that may be, that this would cease. So I'm glad to hear that that's confirmed, because when I hear 4 and 6 months, give one candidate a shot over all other candidates, I get concerned. I want to say, as I did when we've not discussed this, but when I told Kathy privately and also publicly at the board table, the reason why I moved to table this item before is because it comes to this board of trustees without the recommendation of the direct supervisor, operations manager, Christy Aiken, without the recommendation of HR manager, Aurora Northrup. And for that reason alone, I do not support this. We employ these professionals for their professional opinion, and this is not recommended by his direct supervisor, his boss, or our HR manager. On Monday, June 1st, he's about to have a new boss, whose name is Nathaniel. And I also don't like this board saddling a brand new operations director with an interim. Now, Christy and Aurora have given this board multiple options of what they would recommend. I appreciate that's not the motion on the table. The motion on the table isn't any of the recommendations that they've provided us, but I would support one of those. I would support one of the recommendations, and I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if anybody has it. The HR manager, Northrup, she had a calculated proposed amount for a bump within the field supervisor grade. I think it would be appropriate to keep the field supervisor. You got to remember, you're going field supervisor to utility director. This person will begin managing himself and all the people he already manages. There's not, in addition to Jeff. I think also any action on the board tonight should include the requirement that he would keep his license in good standing.
He just renewed it.
I would ask that any agreement require that he keep his license in good standing or have some dependency that this appointment relies on his license. That he has to have it.
That the license will use his S1 license for the township required license.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. And then the specific duties outlined, where are those referenced? Does it somewhere reference the regular utilities director job description? Or I'm just curious where the duties.
It's not specifically referenced, but it's referred to. Yeah, oh, I got it here.
And it may be in there. I just got this, Kathy, but I do think it would be good to note that if what you intend is for him to carry out all of the duties of the regular utilities director, to maybe note that in here.
In the motion?
Or in this agreement, maybe, either one. And then I would say that the reason, I'm concerned about this is, again, and I've mentioned this before, but I'll speak to it more in depth, is just really the fairness and equity. This has come up before, and this board, most recently with our office coordinator, assigned specific duties, very well deliberated, kept her title for over a year, had specific duties outlined. She did not get a change in her title. She retained the title of office coordinator while effectively carrying out all of the duties of acting operations director. And I believe that titles should reflect what people do I think it did in that instance, and I think retaining the title of field supervisor with the additional duties and a bump would accurately reflect what we are asking Mr. Blackburn to do. The last reason I oppose this is the abnormal process of this board, and again, skipping over his direct supervisor, cutting short an opportunity for his new supervisor to weigh in, and skipping over our HR manager. So it's on that process point that I'll be opposing this. Again, I would support a bump for Mike with field supervisor. I would thank him for stepping up and into additional responsibilities. But to keep it with the title of supervisor and at the bump that Aurora originally recommended to the board, which stays in that range. Thank you.
Yes, well, we're going to go right down. So Trustee Brandt is next, and then we'll do another round. Trustee Brandt?
Yes, I find this agenda item problematic. One, I was just handed this agreement at the beginning of this meeting. So clearly not all of us have been able to digest it. I take exception to the process that is being used here. This process being used here completely goes around the chain of command. And this is an ongoing problem we have in Scio Township. It was falsely stated that our HR manager did not reply to Trustee Knoll. Falsely stated. She gave that information because her recommendation was not to go forward. That was not a truthful response. The way this thing has been happened is chronically going around his supervisor, and all the good things that Jessica just said about what Christy Aiken did in her position as office coordinator, assuming the responsibility of an operations director, getting a bump in salary, probably not as generous as this one, if I recall. No change in title. The chronic going around our HR manager, not asking for if there was a consideration for keeping this as a field supervisor with no consideration for her recommendation, instead going to the finance director to get a salary recommendation is completely not kosher in our process. And I hate to have found out that our finance director did that. I really would have preferred that she declined, because that is not her role. But this is an intentional mechanism to bypass our policies, our processes, our chain of command, our advice from labor and general counsel. It's completely going around. I do not support this for that reason. Other consideration, I did not think it showed commitment to Scio Township when this individual said, well, then you can't use my S1. As far as I interpreted that, based on my professional experience, someone's asking you to do something, and if you are committed to the organization, you will do that with just rewards. But it was revoked as if it was sort of a hostage situation. Either put me in here, give me $94,000, or you can't use my license. I am fully supporting the recommendation of our operations manager to use another firm to get through this process. And we really should have no discussion about whether HR can repost this. That has been our process, to strangely say at this point that some trustees questioned that when we never questioned it in the past. And we can look specifically at earlier attempts to hire an operations director where we had multiple candidates that dropped out. We had one remaining candidate. The board chose not to go that route and we reposted. That's been our process. So I'm not inclined to agree with a procedure that is intended to bypass all people in the chain that should have some responsibility that I believe give us sound recommendations.
Trustee Noel, you're next.
Okay. In response to some of the comments I've heard here, the employment agreement that is in this packet was essentially the same employment agreement that was in our prior packet back in April. So you would all have read it then. The agenda item was pulled from the board meetings, so no discussion occurred at that board meeting on the agenda item that I had submitted. To clarify, I did discuss this issue with Christy, and I asked her her opinion, and she told me that she could be supportive of hiring Michael with an increase in salary, with a limited, as an interim.
No.
That's what you said. No.
Can we
I
please
said
let
not changing the-
supervisors speak
Okay.
for themselves?
Okay. I thought you said
Call to
it.
order,
No.
please.
Okay.
Trustee Noel.
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I had it wrong. Well, go ahead. You can say it.
What I said is I could be supportive if the title remained the same with an increase for the S1 license to attach with that specific duties related to his S1 license that will keep him in regulation with Eagle and keep the township in regulation with Eagle. I don't want to see somebody take over and use their license and for some reason, him being overloaded with carrying both duties and something get missed that is going to jeopardize not only his license, but the township. That's my concern.
Okay, so just so everyone is clear, the first month after Brandon resigned, Michael did do all of the duties. He reported to Eagle, he did the water testing, he did all of the S1 licensure required duties for a municipal township. When the board took the agenda item to discuss naming him as an interim utility director off of the agenda, that was when he gave the board notice that they could no longer use his S1 license. And possibly he was feeling used. I don't know. But so I also, just to be clear, there were some misrepresentations in what you said, Kathleen. I had requested information from Aurora way back when the whole process was starting. And at that initial request, she did not provide the information that I requested. She did say she didn't think Michael was qualified. And I asked the basis of her opinion, and we had a lengthy discussion on that, and I didn't agree with her. So,
yeah.
You also made a comment about intentional policy of going around chain of command. That is not accurate, and it is not true.
Totally true.
And I would appreciate quiet while I'm trying to talk here. I followed all of our policies when I originally put this item on the agenda 4 weeks ago. And then it was pulled at the last minute by 4 board members. So in terms of talking to Nikki and seeking her opinion on salary, she is our finance director. She reports to the entire board. It was entirely appropriate for me to seek her opinion. And she had had experience dealing with interim appointments that involve promotion of other employees in other work situations that she had had. So she could speak to this with experience. And she said, this is how I have seen this situation handled. When an employee is being asked to do additional duties above and beyond their current job duties, this is how most organizations hire it. So I deal with it. So that I got a professional opinion from Nikki on that.
Excuse me. Trustee Knoll is speaking. Please, while you're making, little comments on your breath, it's unnecessary. And see, you are. Please, call to order. Trustee Knoll, are you finished or do you have more?
I strongly support Michael for this position. I think he has given to the township. It's a positive thing for the township to promote from within. And he has all of the qualifications. It's going to cost us a lot more, $5,000 a month, at least, to contract out these services to an independent contractor when he can provide the S1 services now at a fraction of the cost that it's going to cost this township if we indeed choose to go with an independent contractor. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Reed, do you have anything new to add to any of this? Trustee Riser, anything new?
No, can I call the question or are you gonna go around?
We're going to finish if anybody has anything new, and it seems like Trustee Brandt has more to say. If you have nothing else, I have something.
Can I have a motion? I move the question. I already
moved it. We've already.
I'm asking.
Support.
We're asking for a vote.
Support.
That's fine.
Support by Grant.
Support for what?
Call the question. Otherwise, take a vote.
All right, let's take a vote. But I still have more to say.
There's no discussion.
But if you want to ask for a vote on the motion call question.
Sure. A roll call.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
No.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 6-1. To the original motion on the table, motion by Noel, support by Riser, to approve Michael Blackburn to serve as interim utility director effective May 27th with a compensation of $94,648 per year and consistent with the draft employment agreement prepared by Attorney Fink as attached.
That's good.
If I can make that friendly amendment so we know what document we're talking about. Roll call?
Yep.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
No.
Flintoff, no, Grant,
No.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 4-3.
So trustee Noel, you have another,
Yes, the next motion would be the motion to authorize the reposting of the director of Scio Township regular utility director position.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to director to post it forthwith?
Wait, say
To
that
direct,
again.
instead of authorize her, to director. It's like, or post this tomorrow. I don't mean like that, but I mean, to direct the human resources director to repost the Scio Township utility director position as soon as possible. If we say 4 months, that's fine. 6 months, fine. 2 months. I don't have a sense of what's the right way to do it. I'm frustrated that we had 9 people apply and we only had 1, and then that guy wasn't good enough.
Well, we had 3 that were deemed qualified.
2 dropped out.
2 withdrew.
the day before and the day.
Yeah. So I would like to direct HR to director rather than authorize. The 4 months I'll leave to others who know more about this than I do.
So you want us today to direct
Yes, right.
the HR to repost the Scio Township regular utility director position as soon as possible for a period of 4 months.
Yes, but yes, that would be my, I'm going to move it to direct the HR to repost the Scio Township utility director position as soon as possible for a period of 4 months.
Okay.
That will be my motion.
Oh, support.
Friendly amendment,
Okay.
and that we interview applicants as the applications come in.
Is that how we want to do it?
Excuse me,
Oh.
could I speak? Yes, I was gonna ask you to come up
Please come up.
because Aurora Northbrook.
Yes, speak up.
So regarding reposting, thank you. I'm more than happy to repost the utilities director position. However, 4 months is way too long. Yeah. We could have someone that applies the end of May, and then 3 months from now it's still open. That person's going to be somewhere else. 3 months.
If it's for 4 months or until filled.
I would stay until filled. But
Yeah.
still bring that posting period down. So we've got to have a cutoff date that's reasonable. Yeah.
So as soon as possible isn't good for you.
As soon as possible to post it. but
That's
not-
what I meant.
but
That's
not to have it open for.
And I appreciate that. It just seems it takes us so long to do things, maybe because we post too long. So if it should be 2 months, that
2 weeks.
I mean, but 2 weeks might not be reasonable because we didn't get a good candidate pool. So I don't know what the sweet spot is for getting good people and not stringing them along for a job that we never fill. So I defer, that's why I defer to others. I think, would 2 months be appropriate?
Just the until filled.
Okay,
No date.
yeah,
We could make it until filled, yes, with no date, but then if we have X amount of applicants and we're willing to interview, then move forward with that.
Aurora, are you proposing
trustee.
cumulative, like constant interviewing as these applicants are deemed reasonable applicants? Or do you propose waiting so that we have a pool of applicants to compare individuals to?
I would say a pool, whatever number we want to come up with, which I would speak with Christie and Nathaniel both. We want to start interviewing once we have X number. I think that's reasonable, once we have X number of applicants.
Trustee, or Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think this motion is way in the weeds to the point where I think we're probably slowing Aurora down. Aurora posts things all the time. She knows how to post things. Obviously, it's until filled. When I see motions such as a period of 4 months, that sounds like slow walking, filling a position. Aurora knows how long to post things. She has the authority to repost them if we need to repost them. So once again, that this position / person is being treated differently troubles me. What I would ask you, Aurora, is what steps do you think the township should take? Is it additional resources, additional places to post? What do you think we can do to expand our applicant pool and attract the most number of qualified candidates the most quickly? What should we do?
Probably need to expand where we are recruiting from. We had Matt Parks help in that regard. So maybe reaching out to them, or reaching out to someone else, in terms of where do you recruit? Are there any other places we should use other than what we would typically? Absolutely.
Can I answer?
No, you may not.
Thank you.
It's
I'll wait.
Treasurer Yaple's
I'll wait my
turn.
turn.
Thank you. As someone that has been patient waiting my turn, I am disappointed in some of my colleagues who are talking over each other. Ask that we please stop that. Secondly, I am abhorred at this motion. Our HR managers and HR professional would know how long to process for, and frankly, we just need to. I'm just so disappointed. Thanks.
Okay. Trustee Riser.
My apologies.
Anything new?
To you, Brian.
Thank
I
you.
have a question. My apologies. There were 9 applicants, but only 3 were qualified. How does that happen? Just people who don't have an S1, or they apply from prison or something? I just wonder how it happens that I'm being a little smart-alecky there, but is that what happens? No S1?
There were 3 who met the qualifications, so S1.
Okay. Thank you. So it's those people we got to reach. Okay. Thank you.
I have something to say. I think that this second motion can be modified to some degree, but and I don't think that it's the intention was to keep it open for 4 months. It's to within the 4 months, because I'll tell you, I'm hearing back. I do have contact with other operators and engineers and whatnot in the utility fields, and Scio does not have a good reputation. And I'm sorry to say it, it is what it is, and they're just not willing to apply. So S1 license is, it's a specific license. And as we know, there was 9 applicants and only a couple had that S1 license. So I'm afraid that, if we just say, well, within this month, we're going to hire somebody, we may not, because the pool, you put a deadline out there, correct? And we did have deadlines for the first operations director, and it dwindled down to at the last moment. There was 3 that applied and 2 backed out at the last moment. And then we were stuck with 1. Not stuck, but we only had 1. The same with this last round with the other director of operations, down to 2. So now with the utilities, 1. So there's got to be some to change this motion, not to say it's going to be open for 4 months and we're just going to wait, but how do we word it so it's open, but not too short either, because I think what we really need is to have Nathaniel come in and help straighten up Scio. I know he's new, but he's gonna hopefully bring help us create a different culture and atmosphere.
Yeah.
Trustee
Just
Knoll.
a comment on this model motion. This was essentially drafted by Mariah.
Oh.
And maybe yeah, I know I made it, but for a period of 4 months, I'm flexible on this motion. So you were the one. Yeah, you did.
Yes, I drafted the motion at your request.
Yeah. Okay. I used your language.
At all about how long it's open.
Okay.
There are plenty of times when the posting is open until filled, which means as you have a candidate come across your your radar that has all of the qualifications and is interested in an interview, you interview that person and maybe you hire that person. Or maybe you wait until you have 2 or 3 that are adequate and then you interview and you hire somebody. So I don't think that the 4 months is magic. I understand what the director is saying, that it's sort of a natural length of time, which wasn't the intention.
Right.
So I also think you're spending a ton of time talking about something that you could also just say to her, please go find us somebody.
Yeah.
And we can move to the
Let
next
us know what help you
item.
need. Trustee Noel, is that?
That's it.
Okay, so we're all in agreement. Go ahead, do your magic.
There's a motion on the table.
Oh, what was that?
I did have a comment.
Oh.
Can we interview the applicants as they come in and not let this application sit in the file until we have some magic number? Because we've seen that as these applications age, the applicants change their mind. So I'm saying we get an application in, let's interview them the next day, and not maybe the next day, maybe the next week. But and is that inappropriate?
Well, I think it depends on your panel too. That's another reason why you do want to have a few interviewees, because generally the panel members have a tight schedule, typically work somewhere else, another municipality or somewhere else. They're at a higher level, so their schedules are tight. So when I set up schedules, I like to do them in one day so that that person is only here one day, as opposed to I keep calling them and bringing them back. So it's whatever, I can talk to Christy, I can talk to Nathaniel in terms of, do you want to interview when we have 2? How do we want to do that? We can do that. But again, you have to take into account your panel and how busy they are.
Is it inappropriate to use Zoom for these interviews?
It is not. I've used Zoom. Yes. Some people that have someone that's reporting to them like to meet them in person.
Right.
Trustee
Point of information, what's the motion right now? I've lost it in all the discussion.
It's
Apologies.
your motion, motion by Riser,
Yep.
support by Noel, to direct HR to repost the Scio Township regular utility director position ASAP for a period of 4 months, period.
So is it?
Or until filled.
I'm just telling you.
No, I'm just
That
saying,
hasn't been modified. I'm just saying what's on the table.
Oh, I
could
thought
we say as soon as possible, period? And of course, we won't post it if we fill it. So in other words, to direct HR to repost the Scio Township utility director position as soon as possible. And of course, period. And if we fill it, then we won't need to keep the posting out there. That would be my motion, if I could amend my own motion, if there's support from this.
Okay, and I have a question.
Just Noel is the seconder, so Noel would have to support Risers.
I can go along with that.
And Riser, could you say that one more time?
To direct Human Resources Director to repost the Scio Township Utility Director position as soon as possible.
And could I suggest correct title, Human Resources Manager?
I'm sorry. I just got kneed by my colleague on my right. Manager.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you post for a job, what is the time frame? Is it 2 weeks, 3 weeks? What is the?
I typically use 3 to 4 weeks. If it's something where we think we have a lot of applicants, I believe we had one recently where we only posted it for 2 weeks. So it depends. Some roles, you're going to have more interested individuals, especially your administrative, clerical, etc. You tend to have a wider pool, and also to choose from. But I would say no less than 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I thought, especially this type of position. Yeah.
And I noticed Matt Parks is on the line. I mean, we could elicit his opinion on this posting process if we want.
Call the question.
Or
Do we do a voice vote?
There's no discussion on this motion. Jillian has to call for the vote.
Voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Okay.
So the motion on the table is Riser, support by Noel, to direct the Human Resources Manager to repost the Scio Township Utility Director position as soon as possible, period. Roll call vote, please. Reed,
Aye.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant,
Just for the record, I never got a chance to comment. Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for all your work, Aurora.
Thanks, Aurora.
Really sure where I'm gonna get that. Agreed. Sorry, but. All right, 04, possible action approval of independent contractors services agreement with water and sewer solutions.
I move we lay 04 on the table.
Support?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? None. Okay. That passes. 05, possible action, consideration of the purchase of land or lease of real property.
I would like to make a motion that pursuant to MCL 15.268 subsection 1D, that the board move into closed session to consider the purchase or lease of real property up to the time an option to purchase or lease that real property is obtained. This will, thank you. And I'd ask for a roll call vote, please.
Go ahead.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0. The board will now go into closed session. Public is welcome to stay here. The board will return to this room to re-enter open session.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Well, welcome back. Is there a motion to come out of closed session? And
so moved.
Okay, will one of you,
Support. Motion by Riser, support by Flintoff.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are now in open session. Okay, Clerk Flintoff, do you have a motion for us?
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the committee to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Support by Riker.
All right, a roll call vote. Why not?
Reed?
Yeah.
That's right.
No, then we're
Reed?
clear on where everybody stands.
Yeah.
Riser?
Yeah.
Carrie?
Yes.
Yeaple, absent. Flintoff, yes. Grant, absent. Noel?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
Yeah, hold on, I'm finding it here. Okay, this is time for the members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter, and we begin with anyone present, please come up to the table.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township President. Finish my open public comments. Not only are some on this board helping to drive this township into the ground, what I don't understand is why you're systematically dismantling the township. What possible service to residents of Scio could that be? When the last person got fired from Scio, they were given multiple chances at time to improve. When they got fired, they got hugged, not escorted out by the police. Obviously, they didn't work in justice department. Thank you, Kathy, for the meaningful amendments you made in the last board meeting And it's Jessica, you called them meaningless. And then Cheryl, in closing public comment, said the amendments are precisely the way to deal with incomplete minutes. Jessica and Kathleen isn't here. Weirdly, just a weird thing. Ryan and Kathleen came in. Ryan said, I'm leaving. And then he's outside talking to Pat Stein. So I don't understand why you're in closed session. Ryan is outside talking to Pat Stein. Jessica and Kathleen, what you're saying about appointing Mike being abnormal and not following the chain of command, you realize you appointed Christie as operations manager without posting. You do realize 3 people were scheduled for the interview for the permanent utilities director and only 1 showed up. That was Mike. So if anyone is promoting abnormally or around the chain of command, it's you 2. Didn't it take 7 months to get an operations director interview? What's this view of expecting Aurora to suddenly be able to make this in a few weeks? That's certainly not what has happened before. John, at the beginning, you were confused about Mark's public comments about the assessment vote that happened. What I got from Mark's comment was that he was saying, don't make any amendments to that vote until you change the funding for it. Don't change the scope of it without changing the funding for it. That's what I got out of the public comments, just to clarify that. Earlier tonight, you were praised for steadfastly not talking about personnel issues in public. I think that person may have missed the 90-minute event of raking Andrea over the coals for 90 minutes. That certainly happened in public. Another typical Scio Township Board of Trustees meeting. Thank you, David, John, Jillian, and Kathy. Thank you for finally appointing Mike as interim utilities director. That was a no-brainer 2.5 months ago. It finally got done in spite of an intense filibuster to try and prevent it. Thank you for doing it. Well done.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Anyone else present would like to speak? No. Christy, anyone online?
Yep, first up is Pat Stein, followed by Caroline Altamar. Go ahead, Pat.
Hello.
Yeah.
Until a few minutes ago, I was in attendance for tonight's meeting. I want to tell you, it was very hard to hear a lot of the board members while they were speaking. I would like someone to, since we don't have a microphone at the table, I was wondering if the table could be directed more under or aligned with the overhead microphone. That would help a great deal. But tonight was worse than normal, mainly because there was a big fan in the back, which I understand people needing that fan, but it didn't help. But then I did talk to Rob and Marcia because they were talking every time Kathleen and, Trustee Brandt and Clerk Flintoff would talk. They were also having their own little comments and discussion, which Rob has a very large voice. I don't even know what his whisper would sound like because I don't think he has one. But I did point out that it was rude. It was very rude. And I really expected Rob to apologize just now for being rude. But apparently, dirty tricks only work one way at Scio Township. Anyway.
Pat, could you please keep your comments directed at the board?
Absolutely. And on that
Thank
note,
you.
good night, board, and have a good weekend. Bye now.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Caroline Altamar, followed by Mark Altamar. Go ahead, Caroline.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Two rhetorical questions that clearly are not going to get answered, but I just have to say it. For at least 2 meetings, now I wasn't present for the beginning part of this meeting, and I understand that it was commented upon, but for at least 2 meetings, it has been very, very hot in the meeting room. And it just seems highly crazy and ironic to me that after all this money put into this very state-of-the-art geothermal HVAC system, that this meeting room cannot be regulated properly. The other kind of rhetorical point that I wanted to make is I watched, to kind of echo Pat Stein's, I watched audience members when Aurora was at the table, either having to go back and look at the closed caption underneath the big screen at the bottom, or I saw somebody leaning forward and cupping their ears forward. I honestly think it is really disrespectful of this township and whoever's supposed to do it, whether it's Christie as the office manager or whatever it is, that you don't get some kind of system in place so that the audience members can adequately hear the board members and anybody who's sitting at the table. I just don't understand why you can't make that happen. It's not rocket science, for heaven's sake. The other thing I wanted to say is that I find it very rich that Trustee Brandt was muttering away while Trustee Knoll was saying her opinions and her piece and her part of the discussion. And I don't know, I just find it, and I find it very interesting that another audience member was called out recently in public comment for doing exactly what Trustee Brandt does up there on the dais and did all the time before she was a trustee in the audience. And so it's just a little bit hypocritical to call out one person and not another. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Mark Alpare. Go ahead, Mark.
There always is an unmute step. Just a couple of observations. At some point in the discussion about Michael Blackburn, a trustee, I don't remember which one, asked the question, and I'll paraphrase, why have we had so much trouble getting qualified candidates to the final interview table? And I think an example was given for both the utilities director and the operations director. And an answer given by Supervisor Carey, at least for the utilities position, we have a bad reputation. Okay, so that needs to ring in everyone's ears. I don't think that that's incorrect. I think that that's a correct statement. I think that needs to be examined by the board, not right now, but at some point that has to be dealt with. And I can tell you, I just spent 20 minutes, which felt like an hour, listening to you all debate how to tell our HR manager to repost a position for hire for the utilities director. That's not how things get done. That's not how things should get done. Anyhow, another question from the board was, how long should we keep the posting up? For 4 months? For 6 months? I never heard a common sense answer, but the common sense answer is if we need to fill this position, then we keep the posting up until we fill the position. And when we do, we take it down. And if we have an interim guy in the position and we fill it and it's not him, then his interim position ends. I don't know why that was so difficult to figure out. Another question from Trustee Reed. Can we interview candidates one at a time, or do we need to wait to gather up a pool of them? And the HR manager said, it's better to wait for a pool. I don't know what experience she's drawing from on that, but I think most corporate HR managers know that setting up a slate of candidates like that is typically done by high-level recruitment firms when there are so many highly qualified candidates and they're high-level positions that you want to get them all together in a room and try to find a way to discriminate between them, because it's going to be tough because you have so many. But in the situation we're in, where we can't find qualified candidates, then you have to interview each one as they come up. You can't let them get away. If they're good people, you can't let them get away. You have to interview them when they come up. And if they're the right person, you offer them and you hire them. That's it. You don't wait till you talk to 5 people or till you get more people from the community and all the things that, you know, you want to say you're going to be fair. The hiring process is a discriminatory process. The whole point of hiring process is to weed out people. And you have to have criteria to do that. And sometimes the criteria is we've got an internal candidate. And that's really quite common in the corporate world. It's a good thing. Companies who promote from within are seen as good employers, not as people who are unfair. So I think I'm ranting now. I don't want to do that, but it's late, and I just can't believe some of this stuff. So I'm going to end on a positive note. I will agree that it was a good decision, though it came at a struggle to hire Michael Blackburn as a temporary utilities director. I think the new operations director coming in will probably like that idea, so he doesn't have to deal with that right away. He's got a competent person. Maybe he's not the best person, but he's competent, or else his outgoing manager would not have trained him as his replacement. So all in all, I think that one ended well. But man, we've got to find a better way to be a place where people want to come to work, to hire good people and retain them. Oh boy, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mark.
Does anyone else want to speak of public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Oh wait, board response. Any? No. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
10:04.
Or by riser.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.